Okay, let's finish this damn thing. This may take a while. I hope not too long. I think I have a plan. I hope I have a plan. Are you drooling too, Wisty? Impossible for anywhere small dedication in this place. Okay, I don't get what they're saying. Why are you drooling over this? It's weird. This is gonna be the last maybe the last episode of Power Wash Simulator, so. Which is good, because some of you don't like this sort of thing, and some of you do, so enjoy the cleaning. I'm gonna be probably doing more Elden Ring still, because I still got plenty to do in there. I'm about a quarter of the way through the game, and only a quarter. Seriously, there's a shit ton to do. I need the scaffolding. Let's go! Up and up and up and up! I don't know why the dogs are barking at 7 o'clock at night. Yeah, sometimes I press the dirt button by accident when I'm trying to press the stream button because they're right next to each other and I don't want to hold down the trigger all day. Hurts your finger. Believe it or not, this makes me sleepy, so sorry if I look like I'm kind of spraying in the air. It's me, my eyes closing on me, and I'm trying to keep myself, well, open. It's a good game. It's just, if you really need... I only play this game because I'm getting tired, and it's a nice chill game. I don't have to worry too much about it. It's like Bob Ross when he paints. You're just chilling and listening. Somewhat watching, but you know that voice and that calm meaner is going to make you go night-night. Just gonna put a happy little tree. This is the kind of game that Slow and Steady does win the race. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So if you ever wanted to just dick around with your friends and draw crude art in the dirt, you could do that too. Excuse me, what? It says it. What? Okay, yeah, the wall also in here counts. Okay. Fuck, my brain almost broke right there. When I streamed this with Chris yesterday, I know which parts are going to take me the longest to clean and which parts are going to be a lot quicker. So I'm trying to do the long parts first. I know it goes up to the blue line here for the bottom half. It's segmented off, so it's easier to do than you think. You just gotta know which sections are gonna give you the longest time crunch. Nope. My bad. Not watching where I'm going. This is relaxing. Said Kraken with a crown? Man, barnacles would be harder to blast off than this, by the way, in real life. They're gonna need the red nozzle for barnacles. Those fuckers just get stuck on something and they mean it. They will get stuck on there for the rest of their lives. Well, at least you can say I'm giving you legitimate footage of how you play this game and how long it would actually take you. By yourself, anyways. It goes by a little faster with friends because you have someone to talk to, but with YouTube up my ass so far that I could taste their fingers come out the other end. I can't really talk with anyone because they'll hold other people's speech against me for some reason. So I've just been doing this by myself, even though I would love to stream with other people. Hi, it's Cal. I'm on my way back to Ruthless to see what's going on. You might want to give it a couple hours. It'll be a while till I stop the volcano. There has been reports of volcanic activity across the Pacific Rim. Yeah, the volcano. I'm trying to stop it. This really doesn't sound good. Again, I am trying to stop it. Please do not get me sidetracked when I'm trying to do a very important job right now. Because apparently the advanced technology that created this doesn't function when it's goddamn dirty. But yet it's not broken. I should move this scaffolding out of the way now that I'm done with it. Wait. Let's just put it over here. Don't need it anymore, as far as I know. I'll be climbing the side of this damn thing like a crazy little crack addict, just going clean, must clean. You've got to be on. Oh wait, speaking of drugs, I have to take my medical pills, Coumadin, digoxin, and lisinopril, each to help my heart from, well, going kaput. One's a blood thinner, one's that prevents clogging, and another one prevents irregularities in the heartbeat, or something like that, I've been told. I remember when I was a teenager, I did look it up. And yeah, it does what they say it does, as far as I can tell. And I've been taking it my whole life, so if it's helped, it's helped. Look, granted, my doctors were good doctors. I've actually had to fire a few of them myself and ask for new doctors, because I did not trust them. And yes, you can do that if you're disabled. They just give you a list of doctors, and then you pick one that either they'll pick one or you can pick one. And the list ain't that long, it's like 5. I recommend the much older doctors, because they've been around for a lot longer. Granted, they retire sooner. And you have to take into account their success, failure rate, and all that stuff, and how many patients they've seen throughout time. I always prefer the older doctors, because they've been through a lot of shit. And once my doctor left to make his own practice, I went with him because he was really good. And it was hard enough to find a doctor as it was of his quality. So I just stuck with him. Because why wouldn't I? I've known him for 10 years now. Yeah, my doctors may go to retirement sooner than I would like, but, I mean, they're hitting their 60s. Or older, so... And they do recommend better doctors, or doctors they can trust to take care of it when they leave. I gotta trust someone with my life, since I had to trust 9 others when I was a baby, and they managed to save me just fine. In fact, it took 9 of them to save me, though. I only remember one of them, though, because he was became my primary doctor afterwards. And he was the doctor who originally saved me. When he walked by sheer coincidence, walked right by my room as I was beginning to die. And just somehow knew I needed to get to Children's where he started surgery. Makes you wonder, like some people said I had an angel and God watching out for me, and it's like, nah, that kind of luck is beyond a miracle there. That is just fucking freak accident levels of luck. My levels of luck are so high that a gambler would be jealous and have a boner at the same time. Yeah, once I get rid of all this hard mollusks and mussels and whatnot stuck to the building, I can switch over to the much wider nozzle, the white one, and get rid of the larger chunks of dirt quicker. Granted, you notice that sometimes I have to slow down when I'm moving on the thing. That is because if you move too fast, it will not catch it. Because you could do this, and you see you leave some behind. That's how it works in real life too with a power washer. Slow and steady does make a power washer function better. You want to make sure to get every single inch, and you can't do that if you're speeding up too much where the water doesn't hit its target. It is a pretty large spray. It is powerful, yes, but can make mistakes and miss its target. Okay, back to probably me being quiet for a bit. The good news is, after this, well, I'll probably be streaming something else as the second game for the day. Or maybe not at all, give or take. I'm just been enjoying this game a lot. Maybe I might do some of the other achievements, because I've gotten the story-based ones, but I haven't got the challenge ones or the one other one that is not done yet, where I have to do a challenge, do 5 gold challenges, which means you have to clean it in a certain amount of time. Which is 5 achievements, I believe, in its own right, so. And also there's the holiday one they gave players for free. Still have to do that one with Chris and myself, and do it by myself, yes. But if you ever wanted to see me play with others, Chris Mooney is definitely the channel for you. He's a friend of mine who I've been playing with for 7 years now. 7 long years we've been gaming together. Never met the man. I do know what he looks like, though, because he's shown himself before on YouTube. He's a big guy, just by looking at him. When I watched one of his videos, one of his older ones, He's a big guy. He probably would dwarf me in size. But that doesn't mean he can take me either. Size doesn't really matter when it comes to, battle capability. It does help. And he probably hold back because he knows I'm disabled, which is a no-no if you want to actually win a fight. Holding back can actually cause you to lose a fight. But he's a good guy. I mean, I wouldn't hang out with a person I didn't, enjoy hanging out with. In fact, it's been 7 years. It's a lot. But yeah, Chris Mooney, as I go on his channel and we talk and just talk about what happened throughout the week or the day or whatnot. Just randomly, just 2 dudes playing video games and shooting the breeze, pretty much. I get a more unhinged because I get to talk more freely on his channel than he can on mine. Don't look at me. YouTube's the one who came up with that wacky ass fucking bullshit when they decided to fucking go after me for false strikes. So I just have to deal with it as I got. They'll eventually leave me be. But until then, I may have to be a good little servant for YouTube for a few years. Yeah, you heard that right. Years. YouTube won't do so well if it keeps up the way it's going. I'm only doing this because it's free. I can just do it because I can, and it's fun. And I can talk to people. Maybe. Can't talk on Twitch or TikTok either. They would hate my guts. I'm a moderate liberal or something like that, or somewhere in that range, and that is apparently a huge no-no for the websites. They don't like that message being spread. Joke's on them. It's being spread regardless if they can stop it or not, but focusing on me is a waste of their efforts. After all, I'm a little nobody. An insignificant little ant. And there's bigger fish to fry that now they can no longer touch because you got distracted by me. The nobody. I guess I have some purpose still. Purpose is to get people to get off other people and get distracted. Like paying attention to something that has no reason to be paid attention to. It's like I'm a distraction. I find that funny. When you're focusing on the wrong thing and wondering why things aren't working your way. Can't be sidetracked by little old me. Because some channels have to reach a certain size before they'll leave you alone because you got too big. I'll probably never be that big or powerful. Granted, I don't want to be. Oh my god, what a pain in the ass that would be. I would never get to have fun anymore. It'd be becoming nothing but a chore. It wouldn't be fun because I wouldn't be able to talk to anyone. The chat bar would be moving so fast I wouldn't be able to get in anything edgewise. Which is not good. Okay, the base is done. Time for the bigger part. This bigger part is really nice and easy to clean with just the wipe nozzle. Thank God. But the lower half was all those hard stuck-on crap because it was in the water. So it built up that over thousands of years. Which is kind of what they make kind of sense that way. I mean, my content wouldn't be the prettiest quality because, well, I'm not as, well, how should I put this nicely? I'm not as well off as everyone else that does YouTube. I'm literally the example of the lowest of the lowest. Trying to find a way to just get what I can. Doing the best I can. I'm lower middle class in America. Maybe lower class in general. And I'm gonna do the best I can. Even if it is just, well, this. I sure will try. course, I'm still a human being with my own opinions and thoughts, though YouTube may not like them. I'll try to get it across best I can without YouTube throwing a gasket and deciding to punish me for being a free-thinking human-ish human. Sure are oppressive to us lizard people. We don't even control the world. Why would we want to? It's a pain in the ass enough to hear a bunch of whiny species that used to be awesome, and now they're just whiners. Turned so weak. No one should want to rule the world knowing full well that all you'll be dealing with is whiny babies all the time. And if you don't make the 3 requirements to be a good leader, they will, well, betray you. Usually ends up with your family tree being uprooted, if you know what I mean. And it ends very badly. If you want to try that, good luck with that. Us lizard people learned that millennia ago. I don't know why you didn't learn from example, but okay. Granted, you probably don't even have the history because it was destroyed. So have fun. We lizard people are just gonna wait and watch you fail, fall flat on your face, and scream what went wrong when everyone's like, you don't want to rule the world, period. It's a pain in the ass. You kind of want everything to run itself in the most peaceful way you can possibly manage. Surprisingly, it works really well. I mean, it was because of lizard people that helped make the Constitution. The founding fathers were intelligent, but only a couple of them were lizard people. You don't come up with that bit of enlightenment without a species that had been around. I'm trying to keep a straight face. But they had something correct. They had it right the first time. So we'll just wait for humanity to do whatever it's gonna do. And when you eventually go self-destructive, we'll just come out and take back the world afterwards. Because you're gonna do just fine by yourselves. We think. Yeah, the range is more impressive than you think. Going with the shotgun tactic. This is cleans. Kinda. Only part I hate is the yellow part doesn't show the orange very well. Okay. I'm not gonna question it. I'm just gonna take it and go. The part that's taking me the longest time is the outer wall. The inside's going to be a complete breeze with the white nozzle just spraying and vacuuming the crap out of every inch of it, since it's just basic dirt. Nothing too hard or strenuous, no green stuff or anything like that. Like the stuff that's out in this wall. Trust me, I don't want to look down. I know how dirty that is down there. I don't know why Disney even tried to make a streaming channel when they could have just made a Disney YouTube channel and put all the movies on that with ads. And then just have YouTube give them their cut. And they don't put no new ones on there. They always leave those for the theaters, and in 5 years or so, then they put it on the YouTube channel for free. That way, if you're willing to wait 5 years, they know they're not going to make money off you. But those who don't want to wait 5 years can watch it in theaters. Because if you can't recoup the money you spent into the movie within 5 years, then you ain't getting it back, period. But seriously, it's not that goddamn complicated. YouTube is the new television, granted. Which is bad because that means YouTube can easily be destroyed. Since people don't like television. And that's why we left to YouTube, to get away from that. But YouTube wants to be just like what television used to be, so they want it to be destroyed. I mean, to each their own, but that's a weird way to want to have your own business to destroy itself. It's kind of awkward if you think about it. We destroyed television, now we're the new TV. Wait a minute. Yeah, you kind of don't see that coming, do you? Granted, YouTube is more capitalist than any other website because, well, if you don't like it, you stop watching it and then the channel starts dying, even if YouTube starts favoring it and trying to give it more viewers, it can still go down regardless. I love how people blame capitalism, though they are not even talking about capitalism when they blame it. But hey, they don't even know what capitalism is. Yeesh. My dumb Riri ass knows it better than they do. And the government considers me a dumb. It says more about them than me. Oh well. It is what it is, and it'll be what it's gonna be. They'll rise and fall as needs. Plus, it would cost Disney less money to do it that way on YouTube. It would make more profit as well. But what would I know? I only got A's in economics. I wouldn't know nothing about that. It's not even that hard of a class either. Classes literally make profit. Not that hard. And sustain and be sustainable, which is easier than one would think. But people always try to overdo it. Go for more than they need. Which causes them to take a bigger bite out of something that's poisonous. But hey, that's your business. If you wish for it to crumble and fall apart into the sea, go for it. just don't come whining to everyone else when it happens. Especially when some people warn you ahead of time. Whatever. If you don't learn from your failures, you're doomed to nothing but failure. Yeah, still need the green one for right now, because this ain't the inside of the building. This is still the outside. The dirty, dirty outside. Also, YouTube needs us. Not YouTube, but Disney needs to stop remaking everything. The animated versions are 10 times superior, no matter how you do it, other than just repurposing them to work on a new type of machine is all you need to do. Like when they went to DVD, they had to start making DVD versions. That's profit, because the VHS are no longer around. And everyone are finally starting to learn that digital is not a real good long-term solution. It is technically you just renting a movie instead of owning it. If you want to own it, always get hard copies. Hard copies are the superior way to own your movies, games, all that stuff. Digital is inferior in every way because it has no real-world value. and it just screws you in the end. Hence why I've always gotten real-world copies of everything I've ever owned. Because I'm not allowing them to take it away from me just because they got uppity on my ass. They could take that pipe dream and smoke it. Because that's all it ever will be, a dream. I feel bad for the generation that's all digital. That means nothing of their culture will remain after the digital era falls. Everything will be erased and forgotten. Like it never existed at all. Where hard copies can still be found. The technology can be made to read them and then use them. Hence why we always find relics of hard, real-world stuff and never gonna see digital crap. Digital don't last. And you do not want to give them the power to decide whether you should be allowed to own your own movies and games and entertainment. That's not for them to decide. Just because one day they're like, let's make more money off people. How do you do that? Delete all their accounts and let them start over. You know they could do that, right? Just for shits and giggles. Just to make money. Granted, if they do it too much too fast, it can end up destroying their platform too, so it'll be a slow, steady thing that a lot of people might not pick up on it, but some will and notice. They'll try to convince some, but and our superior hard physical versions will still be there in our hands where it was last time. And we can enjoy it with a smile on our face while watching you sulk and cry that it's all gone for you. And you would have been warned multiple times for it too. But since you refused to listen, all that was left is for you to learn the hard way. Oh well, that's how the world actually works, whether you like it or not. Granted, they could stop making hard copies, but that would just make our other hard copies that we still have worth millions. That other people will want to make copies and turn them into hard copies too. Just for the copying ability of it. Meaning that the company would not only lose out on money, but it would literally lose out on billions of dollars. Because a lot of people will just make copies. Copies of the hard copies. Because your digital crap ain't around no more. And since it's not around no more, you technically don't even own it yourself. But the hard copies we own. They're ours. To do with as we please. Ooh boy, that sent shivers down my spine thinking about it. The amount of power that you get just for having a solid copy of something. I have VHS tapes that we used to buy that was $1 that are worth several $100s now. Because one of them's the original Aladdin when none of the songs changed. They're all the original stuff. Worth a lot of money, actually. Maybe a VHS tape, but you always can find a way to get that out there, since now it's a collectible. Increasing the value of all the shit I've had throughout my childhood. Decreasing the value of Disney itself. Ironic. And hilarious. As they used to say, all good things must come to an end before they become corrupted and rotted from the inside. And I guess it is close to being true now. Some things are way too old to be around anymore. Disney may be one of them. Maybe it needs to be, well, put down. Not in that way, like no one watches it or buys the products anymore, and it just goes under. That's what I mean by that. Don't take it out of context, because I know you like doing that. I mean, I was a big fan of Disney growing up, but even I know that it can't last forever. Nothing can. So I enjoyed it while I could. And maybe it's time to let it go. If you love something, you set it free. If you love Disney, you'll let it go. And let something new come from it. Because then, you know, all those movies will be sold to different studios, which will do something different with them. Who knows what they'll do with it? Something could be coming good from a whole new studio. Instead of the same ratty old people who don't know what they're doing. Who let it got stagnant and lost the magic. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. And from the ashes grows anew. Hopefully better than the previous one. And it will have a beautiful bloom. As far as I remember how the saying goes. Why do you think I don't play Overwatch 2 anymore? It's not the same. It's become corrupt. And rotted from the inside. It's time to let that go. I hope something new comes from it. Granted, Microsoft did buy it, but Microsoft was going to scrap it by Season 7 if it... Not Season 7, but Season 12 it will be scrapped. And sold for parts. And hopefully whatever comes of that is better than the original. At least we hope. Just the laws of nature. You can't escape it. You only can bend it. You can't win either. No matter how intelligent you think you are. Nature always wins in the end. Just like death always gets its target. Can't escape death no matter where you go. Overwatch died sooner than you think. 2020 or 2021 was its end because of its getting the Team Fortress 2 on updates. Yeah, I know as soon as Overwatch 2, I downloaded Overwatch 2, I didn't feel the same about the game anymore. It felt like it lost a lot of itself. Not to mention, those loot boxes weren't a big problem as they think they were. You could have still given those to the players for free to unlock a couple things here and there. Not the end of the world. The progression is dead, the shop is boring, and just greedy. All the original devs are gone. All that's left is a bunch of new kids who don't know what they're doing or what they're trying to achieve. They're swimming in the deep end of the pool and they don't have their floaties on. Nothing against the devs, but a lot of them are spineless. And if you want your game to succeed, sometimes you have to tell your CEO to shove it up their ass because you know what you're doing. And they don't know jack crap. But no dev has the balls to do that anymore. Hence why any game that just caves into what the damn CEO wants never make it. I get the player base may not know everything that's supposed to be about the game and may not be completely sure about what they're talking about, but they have an idea of what they're talking about because they've been playing it long enough to know a lot about it. Enough to not look like idiots when they talk about it. Halo MCC did the earnable currency right. If MCC got loot boxes in it would die out soon. Well, if the loot boxes were, say, only earned through gameplay and never purchased, and then when you open them, they give you currency for any duplicates, or gave you something new every time without duplicates ever happening, it would work. The only way loot boxes will work this day and age is if there is no duplicates at all, or the duplicates pay a lot of currency in the game, and they are only earnable, never purchasable. Then loot boxes would do just fine. You don't know what you're going to get still, but you know it's always going to be something new. And that's how loot boxes could survive. Good point. Earnable loot boxes for achievements and stuff would be awesome. Yeah, exactly. It would make it to where the players are like, oh, I got a loot box, let's see what I get this time. But you didn't spend no money for it. Overwatch 1 had earnable loot boxes, and that's how I unlocked 99% of the game. Overwatch 1, I had 99% of it unlocked, and I never paid a penny into it. Not one loot box I've paid for. They were all earned from me just playing. By the time you make it to silver 5-star, you will have about 99% of the game unlocked. If you know what order to purchase certain items in, and what you're supposed to do with your currency, you can game the system very easily. That's what I managed to do. In Overwatch 2, I'll be lucky if I get one thing every 5 seasons. Making the game utterly pointless to play, because I'm not even earning anything anymore. There's no progression. Also no fun. In Overwatch 1, I didn't care if I lost. Those games were fun even if I lost. Overwatch 2, I'm bored and not having fun winning or losing. I can go on a 50-0 win streak and still be bored out of my mind. And I'm an Animane, where she's got a lot of crap on her plate constantly, because everyone's just running in to take damage. And thinking I'll just enforce their bad... what was the other character? Live service is dying out, not gaming. Wishy, the statue, is of you, right? Is it? Huh. How does it feel to know worshipped as a god by an ancient underwater civilization destroyed thousands of years before your birth? A little weird. To each their own. That or they just predicted all this shit by pulling it out of their ass. I mean, cell phones were technically a Star Trek thing, and people thought it was always going to be sci-fi, but hey, look at cell phones now. The most boring, mundane piece of device we've ever had. It's too damn expensive for its own good. It does way too much. Have you not noticed this is the era has changed to the era of indie games? AAA games are gonna go bye-bye. AAA games are either gonna have to pivot to understand what they're doing again and start just making single-player games or multiplayer games back in the old school style, or they just have to go indie style, because it's the era of the indie game developer. It's their turn. It's their time. And I'm looking forward to those games. They're all really good. Graphics be damned. Good game's a good game. They still understand the fundamentals of what it means to be a game. It's not a game unless it's fun. Period. That's the whole purpose of its existence. Lethal Company is a perfect game. No loot boxes, no unended payments, and amazing gameplay. Not to mention with the people, playing with people too is fun too. Because that audio cutting out as they're screaming running down the hallway is hilarious. It's like, oh, help me! It's like, uh-oh. I think John didn't make it. Turning every player into a professional actor, that's what that was doing. Eat your heart out, Hollywood. We can do it by pure accident. Yeah, is that a... And then it gets snapped and then it gets carried away. It's like, well, that happened. Let's get out of here. Or you could be like, what was it? Was it Terrorizer who screamed, give them back, and running across the rooms doing jumps so perfectly while screaming, give them back. It was just perfect. That's well been cut and then re-edited and uploaded in different formats like crazy. But it was so perfectly made and encapsulated what players felt playing the game. Yeah, it just encapsulated the whole thing. It's a horror game, and you do find, technically you find loot boxes in that horror game if you find the presents that randomly give you something out of it, which could end poorly for you. Because if you open it inside the place, you might actually spawn in a turret, a landmine, a bracken, anything really. It's better to take the gifts to the ship and just leave them be, because sometimes they're just worth more stuck as a present. But yeah, indie games are going to take over. I'm pretty sure it's the era of indie games, which is not bad. They feel every death, and I was just annoyed that the medic got killed. Yeah, the reason the company charges you for each death is because they have to get you a new body and place you in it, so they gotta tax you for it. It's like, we gotta get you a new body? Oh, pain in the ass, this costs us money. So we're gonna take it out of your paycheck. Makes sense. They have to put your consciousness in a new body, which costs the company money. Kind of makes me wonder what the company is, if they have everyone's genetics on standby for cloning. Even Power Wash Simulator, where I'm here just dinking around, cleaning dirt and chit-chatting, is a great game. It's relaxing. I'm kind of nodding off here and there, just playing, because it's just like Bob Ross's painting. Just enjoying yourself, watching it, just soothing sounds. It's like that one YouTuber who has all videos of just rain. Just listening to the sound of rain. Plus that ding noise. Ooh, that is just satisfaction in a sound version. I hated live service games as soon as they were starting to do it at the very beginning, because I just did not enjoy them. And I only found like a handful of them I actually liked, but I didn't still like them. There's something about them that was off. Maybe because I'm an old gamer. I remember eras where you got a game fully finished. Yeah, there may have been some bugs and glitches, but they never phased the game. It always worked. Fallout 76 killed most game franchises. Yeah, as soon as I heard that there was no AI or quest lines and stuff, I'm like, what the hell is the point then? All you had to do is give us Fallout 4 with multiplayer. It's not like we were asking for a lot here. We just wanted a Fallout game to play with our friends, story and everything. You could have just redone Fallout 4 with multiplayer feature. Would have been cheaper. And then you could have fixed a lot of the story in Fallout 4 and the factions. You could have just patched that up a bit while you're at it. Now it's just nuking players, yeah. You know, I believe there's a spot on that map you cannot nuke no matter what, that people can start building their bases on. Oh yeah, couch co-op Fallout game would have been peak Fallout. Just watching you and your siblings going around collecting scrap, building your own settlements, and then going after the bad guys as a team with their own little personal armies, and they could have put more enemies in because you had someone playing with you. That would have been awesome. That's all we wanted, was literally a Fallout 4 update. We weren't even asking for a lot, not for what they gave us. We just wanted some basic shit. We're pretty easy to please, actually, but for some reason they just overthink things, I think. Hell, just adding sex into a game could get the older generation to play it. Granted, your game's rating will go up, but oh well. Just have to blur out the scenes or have it M rating on the damn thing. Oh, New Vegas would be great if they remastered it. Then they could fix a few of the bugs that did pop up in the game, but not they didn't. Do I speak? No, I do not. But all they would have to do is patch a few of the quests that were kind of buggy and remaster the damn thing, and copy paste it. That's all they would have to do for New Vegas, is a freaking copy paste with some fixes and tweaks. And it would work perfectly fine. People would buy that up and call it good. Yeah, there was only a few things. Also, the what do you call it? The quests that the companions give you. Those are kind of wonky. If they made it where you can get them to, you know, go befriend you faster a little bit, it'd be helpful. Because sometimes it feels like it takes ages for them to want to continue their friendship quests. Every New Vegas and Fallout 3 NPCs are voiced by one person, I swear. They're not, but they do sound like it. But don't forget, the ones who made New Vegas are the original creators of Fallout 1 and 2 and Tactics and stuff like that. So that's why it seemed way better, because it was the original creators, I believe. That wasn't, you know, Bethesda or Blizzard touching it. It just proves that the original creators are always going to make a better version, no matter what. Well, they're the ones the only ones that could understand it were the creators, of course. The creators would understand their creation a lot better than people who'd have no idea or didn't do their homework when trying to think they want to match it. I think that's what happened to Fallout 2, Overwatch 2, is they don't know what they're doing since they're not the original creators. All the original creators are gone. They left. And now it's going to stagnate and die. Whether they like it or not, it's just going to happen. It's sad, but maybe something will come out of it that's better. At least we hope. That's all you can do is hope, really. It's crazy how games fell off so bad. Left 4 Dead and Fallout was peak. Oh, Left 4 Dead. Well, I mean, they still have their hits and misses nowadays, but now they just feel like they're just trying to copy paste what was popular back in the old days and trying to recash in on something they can never recash. Almost feels kind of sad. You can't reclaim something lost. Not like that. Not unless you get the original creators back in to help the newer devs understand what they were doing wrong. And some of the original devs, God forbid, might be permanently gone and never coming back. So all you could do is hope to get the fragments back and try to have the fragments become a whole again. They try to appeal to a new audience and they aren't interested. Well, the new audience liked the original. Why would you try to appeal to someone who liked the original version? That makes no sense. You were already appealing to them and then you lost them by changing it from something they thought they knew. They liked the original. They want the original. Their parents showed them the original. That's how they got to know it. Then you stripped it from them. And doing so did more harm to it than good. What you try to chase doesn't exist. What you do is create and have it come to you. Or at least hopes it comes to you. When they made movies back in my day in the 90s, you didn't create it for a modern audience. You created it because you wanted to create that movie. Nothing more. And then over time, people came to that movie liking it. They went and found it for themselves. And now a lot of the older movies are cult classics that people show their kids and their kids enjoy and their kids show their kids and it just grows. Oh, it's fine, Atomic. You can go if you want. I'm not gonna, chain you down or anything. Thanks for showing up, though. It was nice talking to you. After I'm done cleaning this place, I'll be done beating this game, and I'll be taking a break or going to bed. Either one. I'm just finishing Power Wash Simulator because it's a good... As I was saying, to each their own, as it is. Some people may like more modern games, but they're going to find that they're few and far between. Like a lot of games are trying to make characters look more like real people. I don't want to look like a real person. I want to be someone I'm not in a video game. I want to look good. I want to be strong. I don't want to be disabled like I am in real life. I want to wield magic. I want to swing a sword. I want to run more than a mile without getting winded. I want to be more than myself is why I escape into video games or to, escape hardships in reality just to take a break from the pain. That's what video games are for, is to escape. If you're trying to bring the real world into video games, then we lose our ability to escape. And what's the point of the game then? There's not fun. Just more suffering in a digital format. That's not fun at all. That's pain. You ain't gonna get anyone liking your crap with pain. Just to remind them how bad the world really is. You want to escape from that. That's the whole point of it. And you want to have fun while doing it. The world's already painful enough as it is. Let us get away from it all. Hence why the new games that are coming out by some that are indie games to let you escape reality. Even if it is for a short period of time. But it's nice nonetheless. Pal World's one of them. You can make yourself look like whatever you want. And then you can have fun doing whatever you want, literally. Hell, Pal World could add sex into it just by blurring it out, and you know which ones you would, you know. And no one would bat an eye at it, because it's already pretty questionable as it is. And many players would probably enjoy the game with a more mature rating, since it is supposed to be a more mature version of a monster catcher game with survival mechanics. It's not Pokemon, because Pokemon wouldn't have the balls to do that. It is completely different in its own thing, which makes it special. And it pisses off Pokemon to no end, knowing that they didn't get into that market. And you never will, really. You don't allow it to begin with. It's too kid-friendly. Pal World is the more mature teenage version of the game to adult. It's not meant for kids. I mean, for God's sakes, you can enslave humans in those Pal spheres. A question we always asked about if Pokemon are technically the animal versions of the Pokemon world, why can't you capture humans too, who are also an animal in the Pokemon world? It should work. Unless there's a safety feature on the Pokeball or something. I think they said that humans can't shrink, so they can't be captured by them, which is asinine within itself. Because if humans in the Pokemon world are Pokemon themselves, just highly resistant defensive types that don't have shit for attack power. And yes, the Pokemon world does have guns, if you ever watched the TV series. It's just a lot of people got upset about it, so they removed the guns, which is stupid. I get the kid-friendly rating and all, but come on. And Pal World is its own thing too, so I don't think Pokemon will be able to sue Pal World, like, at all. Because they've had 5 years to do so, and they never did. That or Pokemon thought it wasn't that much of a competitor, so they just ignored it, and then it bit them in the ass afterwards. Either way, Pal World's a good thing. Pal World gives us the questions we've always been asking as kids, and now that we're adults, why can't we capture humans in the things? And the Pal World's like, yeah, you can. We just would prefer you not to, because they're never going to evolve or get stronger or have kids. Apparently that island makes you sterile as hell. But you still have your bits and pieces, but you're sterile. That's a weird side effect of the island. Because it'd be funny if humans and pals could co-breed. It'd be like, oh, okay, this is a new species entirely now. Pal people. It'd be an interesting game mechanic. The player will be like, I'm getting in there too. Whee! We give Lavender more of a weird, darker undertone. I mean, you're supposed to be it's supposed to be the mature version of a monster catcher game after all. Go all in. Make it, just blur it out so the fucking overly sensitive people will be like, oh my god, you could do that. It's like, it's blurred out. Don't freak out about it. PETA would love it. PETA will be like, yes, please do that with you. It's like, don't eat me, but hey, okay. On the breeding part. I swear to God, PETA is such unhinged weirdness. At this point, I think PETA is mostly a joke that people talk about, and PETA is not in the joke that they are the joke. When you're so out of touch, you don't realize you're the joke. That's a little funny. But Palworld looks like fun. I hope it comes to PlayStation. I would love to download that game. It reminds me of Pokemon Yellow, Red, and Blue, and Green. That's what it reminds me of. Just old school Pokemon, but better. It's better. It just is. And I was a huge Pokemon fan growing up. And then I felt like it was not for me after a while. Palworld feels like it's for me. Because Pokemon was a monster catching game, and you can't quite copyright that, actually, since it's a genre. So anyone can make a monster capturing game. Just how you do it is got to be different in enough of a way to count as new. And Palworld covers it. They got guns, they got manufacturing, they got survival, they got somewhat sex, and they got butchering. They got quite a lot different about it that's not Pokemon. And that alone makes it its own thing. And now that there's a competitor out there, Nintendo and Pokemon Company now have to get off their ass and make something better to get you back. Which means it's a win-win for everyone. That's competition. They have to compete with someone. Meaning they actually have to do better. Which I think is something they can do. I hope it's something they could do. I would love to see how they respond without suing and actually make something new. I would love to see that. I mean, Nintendo already hints that Pokemon and humans were pairing up and, coupling and breeding back in the Arceus game, so but they just gotta keep its PG rating, I guess. That PG rating can end up killing a game franchise too. If you don't grow up with your fan base will find something that grew up with it. And Palworld covers that. More mature, gritty, darker version. And nothing wrong with that. I mean, PlayStation was the more mature version for Xbox and Nintendo. Well, it used to be. Now I don't know what the fuck it wants to be. It's just confusing me now. I miss the more mature PlayStation that was for adults. You can't get everyone. You want to get a majority, but not everyone. Because it's not possible to get everyone, because everyone's different. So you just want to get the biggest chunk you can. If PlayStation was for adults, then the adults would go to PlayStation after being done with Nintendo. And that's a good thing. That means the market for kids would stay on Nintendo, but once they mature, they would go for a different console or PC for the more mature content they want. I'm so tired of these kiddie games when I was growing up. It's like everything is goddamn PG-13 or rated T. I would like an M-rated game, please. A little more mature. Better story, more darker stories maybe told. A little more risque content. I grew up, but the games didn't grow up with me. And that's stupid. Games aren't just for kids. They're for everyone of every age. Pick an age and go with it. Make it your big thing, and then you'll find that it works. If PlayStation stayed more towards the adult side, teen to adult side, they would have a huge number of people playing their shit. Massive, bigger than they have now. But they didn't. They're trying to get everybody, and that pushes more people away, if anything. Which is a negative, not a positive. They're missing out on probably billions of dollars. Maybe trillion. Because they wouldn't pick a lane and stay in it. They wanted to swerve all around the road, and now we're watching them crash and burn. It's not bad to be dedicated to a single age range. You can still have your less mature games, but if you're going to be the mature console or mature brand, then stick with it. Because when more mature games do come out, I do like to purchase those. If I can. Or if I see that they're not that bad. But I will check on them, make sure I'm not buying a crappy game right off the bat. I'm not going to waste my money since I'm only allowed 1 or 2 games a year. I have to be very selective about my video games. And I prefer a more mature rating. I was looking into Cyberpunk and got it for Christmas because that game is much more mature. And that's the kind of thing I was looking for. The only problem is it came out as a bloody goddamn mess. Which made me not want to play the game for a long time. And I knew I had to wait for them to finish fixing the damn thing before I should even start playing it. That big of a deal. Because some parents were stupid enough not to read the back of the game for the goddamn rating. It's their fault on that one, not the developers. That's the parents' fault for not doing their job. Hell, it's the parents' fault for not reading. When I was a kid, my mom read every game, back of every game case and checked to make sure it was age appropriate before and she would play it herself to make sure it's on the up and up. And then she would let us kids play it. My mom did her due diligence as a parent before she trusted anything in our hands. She made sure it was okay by her standards, which was pretty damn loose of standards, as in she would not, completely just force us to play kiddie games. As we're 12, she won't give us games for 5-year-olds. She just makes sure it seems like an appropriate game for a 12-year-old. I mean, you're the parent. It's your job to make sure the shit's on the up and up anyways. Don't blame a developer because they made a spicy game with sex. Full frontal uncensored sex. It's not the game developer's fault. You were warned on the damn case. It's your fault for buying it for your kid like a dipshit. Without just flipping the back and reading. I'm not gonna put blame on a fucking game company for literally making a game mature. Don't care if your kid wants to play that game. They can get it when they're older. There's some games I couldn't, and movies I couldn't watch as a kid. Until I got older. And my mom would say, not till you're older. I don't care if you're gonna cry about it. Not for you. Not at your age, no. And she stuck to those guns. When I watched it when I was older, it wasn't that big of a deal, because like, not as good as I thought it would be. Heavy Metal, I didn't see until I was like 16. Good movie, though. Not for kids. Maybe because I had a good parent and good grandparents, I know what a good parent should be. And the parents nowadays, you're slipping. You're slacking and slipping. And it's all your fault, no one else's. Pay attention. It's your job after all. And if something's not made for your kid, don't give it to your kid. Sometimes you have to be firm about it and tell them, nope, I don't care, no. Too many parents I see now just give in and give the kid what they want, and then they turn into spoiled little brats. And then they wonder why people beat them up at school. Because you're a spoiled little shit. And someone apparently needs to knock you down a peg. Don't know what you did at school to deserve it, but you probably did something. You probably talked down to the other kids or acted superior or better. And some other kid thought, well, time to show this kid not to be a fucking dick. I think that's why school bullies, people don't mind school bullies anymore, realizing they did a service to the spoiled little brats. Putting them back in their place as in they were saying, well, you can act like a dick, but this is what you're gonna get for it. I'm not condoning, bullying or anything. I'm just saying that's how it was back in my day. And a lot of bullies only picked on other people because they had a shitty life themselves. And they were miserable. And they were taking it out on others. Instead of anyone talking to them about it, they just ignored it. Which probably exacerbated the problem, but whatever. But sometimes they can sometimes they think that school bullying is just an argument happening. When sometimes it's just literally two people disagreeing and they just got a little more physical than they should have. Instead of, But the parents get involved and now no one learned any lesson whatsoever. I guess it just depends on, sometimes you gotta interfere and sometimes you don't. It all depends. As they say, context matters. And when it comes to kids, the context is all over the place. You don't want to see school bullying or fighting, but that's a fact of life at any point. Sometimes the humility needs to be taught. And the parent is not the one teaching it. Sometimes. You don't want it to happen, but, well, I mean, we grew up in the 90s. You know why a lot of kids got beat up. And some of them that got beat up were complete assholes. And also some kids stuck up for themselves and then the bullying stopped. Because they grew a spine. And matured quickly. Becoming more adult. Which can also give a person, well, not only humble them, but can give them, what's the word I'm looking for? Confidence. That's it. Confidence in handling themselves. And handling situations. You try with words at first, but if push comes to shove, you might have to defend yourself. We're not saying you should do that right off the bat, but it might be a thing that you have to worry about. I'm not condoning it. I'm not saying it should be a thing. It's just a thing that happens. I'm not trying to be mean or nothing. It's just a fact. And a lot of times when I grew up, we had school bullies, yes. But the difference is, I made friends with our school bullies, and they stopped bullying people. Because they were able just to talk to someone. Which was me. Just being able to talk to me was helping them. The counselor wouldn't understand. The counselor would try to fix it. Or call their parents, which would make it 10 times worse. But just having a kid of your own age just willing to talk to you and listen was more valuable than you think. Especially when some of them stopped bullying because of it. And all I had to do was be myself. I am who I am because I choose to be who I am. And I learned that before I was even 10, thanks to my mom. And it did make me who I am. Because I am what I want to be. And I'm proud of it. I'm not ashamed of myself at all. I grew up in exactly what I want to be, and I can change myself whenever I feel like it. And if I don't feel like it, I'm not gonna. As far as I know, I made sure I'm kind, gentle, understanding. I try to listen to people, try to listen things out, but I will not put up with too much drama because a lot of times it's just a bunch of bullshit. Over the top, over exaggerated bullshit. And as I want to be me, who I want to be, I don't have to deal with other people either. I try. God, do I try. But sometimes they don't want me to interfere either. You gotta know when to read the room. I got really good at that. But it feels like people forgot. This was common sense in my day. Just common fucking sense. Everyone was nice to each other back when I was a kid. No matter what race you were or gender or anything, we just treated each other like we would treat everyone else. Then towards the end of high school, things got bad. And I think I know what started to happen after 2005. And just made things worse. Exacerbated issues that were long buried and dead. Issues that didn't need to be brought back up because things were healing and going good. But instead they dug up the corpse and tried to play around with it in hopes to get it to dance again. And doing so made things worse. Which sucks. And that's why things are as bad as they are now. people not leaving things alone, not letting sleeping dogs lie, not letting things die. When something is gone and dead, just let it go. But they didn't. And now gaming industry is about the same as the movie industry and not letting things go. It needs to go. Some stuff ain't gonna work. Let sleeping dogs lie and try something new. Just because you see it work once with one company doesn't mean you need to copy it. You need to do your own thing. This goes for anything and everything that exists. You just can't copy it. You have to do your own thing. You have to be your own person. You have to do your own stories and your own games and your own movies. Show off your culture through that method, but you don't need to force it, ever. When you force it, force is applied back at greater amount to shove it back away from you. If you slowly introduce it, open arms, and just let people take it as they see and as they desire, slowly but surely it will be accepted. It takes time. Hundreds of years, in fact. But it doesn't mean you can't share. It just means you can't force it and go, see, look, like this. It's like, no. Not going to work. If you try that, we will shove it away from us at high force. As in, we will fervently look at it and go, no. Stop forcing it in my face. I despise it now more than ever because you're forcing it. You create what you're going to create and you let it just go on its own. If people like it, they like it. If they don't, well, try again with something else. Maybe that part of your culture wasn't that interesting to a lot of people. Some people may have liked it, but not everyone. You'll eventually find something, a story from your culture that you can adapt into. Animation, by the way, is a better version of it. Never live action. The animation lets you be more... How should I put the words to this? An animated movie lets you be more extravagant in it. Lets you be more energetic, more emotional, more everything can be added through animation. Where live action, and you're more restricted to reality, and we don't like reality as it is. Hence why if you want to share your culture, animate it. We will enjoy it full on. Just don't force it. Say, we made this movie, if anyone would like to see it, here it is. And you'll be surprised how well it's received through that method alone. You gotta be humble about it. Don't damn well try to shove it down people's throats. If you don't shove it down people's throats, it will be accepted a lot easier. And a lot faster to boot. This goes for being a person too. If you don't force yourself on others and you just be their friend like I have when I grew up, you'll make friends rather easily. I mean, I made friends like you breathe oxygen. I don't know how I did it most of the time. I just sat down, started eating lunch, someone would start talking to me, and I just start talking back. That's it. Never force it or anything. They may not like some of my ideas or what I believe, but that doesn't matter. They still at least would listen to hear me out and talk to me about it and understand why. They didn't have to like it, but they knew that's who I was, and that's it. And they also told me theirs, and I just accept them for that too. You ain't gonna get a quid pro quo out of it. You can't force people to treat you the way you want to be treated. No, you treat them how you want to be treated, and they will give it back. Maybe. There's some people that will never do that. But they're far and few between it, more than you think. They're very rare. Some people will just get tired of the whole shit show and just give in. Surprisingly. And that's not good either. You don't want them to just give in. They lose a piece of themselves, which is not good either. Oh, plot. Kyle here. There is no chance of getting near the volcano, but I've spotted something where I'm going to closer look. He saw something, so he's going in for a closer look. Oh, be careful then. Why is the text remaining over? Oh. It's an abandoned mobile mining drill, and it's broken into a magma chamber itself. The operation likely destabilized the whole place, and what has the mayor done? Oh, he was mining next to the volcano, and it ended up bursting into something it shouldn't. Yep, that happens. As I was saying, though, do not force yourself or your stuff onto others. You get what you give in this world. And yes, some people are just going to take, and you can just walk away from them. And if they truly wanted to be around you, they would accept that and either change or at least attempt to, or just never talk to you again. I've had friends come and go more than I can count. Literally. It won't change who I am. I don't demand them call me something I'm not, or what I believe to be. I don't force them into any religion or belief system of any kind. They are who they are because they want to be that. There's nothing wrong with it either. But I ain't gonna force them to change, or force them to believe what I want to believe and make them do what I want. That is stupid. You ain't gonna make anyone make any friends that way. Hell, you won't make anyone ever talk to you again. Sadly, you'll just push them away and be alone. That's not good either. For human beings, we don't like being alone. We're very social creatures, except for a few of us, like me, who can easily go and hide in a fucking room for 20 years and never talk to another person. I can do that if I wanted to, but, well, I've already been doing that for a long enough time to know that I'm tired of doing that. That's why I don't mind talking to people. At least I'll hear them out or talk to them. I don't have to talk all the time. I'm already talking to myself enough to look like a crazy person. But that's why I can make friends so easy myself. Be a bully or not. I just talk to them. And I don't force anything on them. No beliefs, no religions, nothing. They could try to me, but I'll just reject it. Smile and nod and like, okay. Because that's, I guess, who they are. They are passionate about it, after all, which is not a bad thing. But maybe you find some common interest through that. If you ever wanted to learn more about it, you can always ask them. They'll be happy to tell you. What's wrong with that? Nothing. As I was told growing up, it never hurts to ask, but once you get the answer, don't keep asking. That just gets annoying. They already told you what they thought. Maybe if you ask someone else that question, you'll get a different answer. But I had to grow up so fast, I didn't really have a childhood. I was already a mature teenager before I was 12, mentally. But I hated being my age. Acting my age was freaking misery. And as a kid who understood that, I didn't want to act my age as much growing up. still act a little childish and stupid, but I do that because I know what would happen if I did act my age. And I really don't want to deal with that kind of misery. But because I don't act my age, I've been called pretty kind because of it. And I kind of do like not acting my age. It's fun. I ain't gonna do something too stupid, of course. I'm still gonna think about things through before I do anything dumb like roof surfing. My God, that was the dumbest thing we did as teenagers. Don't ask. Don't ask. I'm not telling you because I don't want you to do it either. Talk about the most dumbest thing we could do as kids. I don't think you could be any dumber. But you also got to understand the laws of nature. And now they can never be undone, beaten, or changed. They are what they are, and you can work around them, bend them a little. But you must abide by them. Regardless. Biology and laws of nature are absolute. Maybe you can evolve into something different, but that would take generations and millennia to do so. But have fun trying. You can always do it. Always tempt it. I mean, there's no one stopping you. That would require a lot of breeding, though. And selective breeding at that. I wouldn't recommend tampering with DNA either. As far as the research I looked up, it is painful. Like, excruciating, the most worst way a human can go. Painful. Being broken down to the down to your DNA, the molecular level, as your body literally dissolves with you still conscious, is not a pleasant way to go. Gotta be careful when you mess around with things that, well, we're not supposed to be messing around with. You come at risk. Like everything else that exists, there's a risk to it. Some risks have big rewards and some risks have incredibly bad rewards. That it can be monumentally destructive. Again, this is just what I've learned as a kid. Hell, I even figured out the meaning of life by the time I was 20. Man, is it depressing. To where you realize, oh, hell, that's pointless. Yippee. But hey, it's more freeing to know it, I guess. But when I tell people the meaning of life, they kind of dismiss it. Like, no, that can't be it. And it's like, okay. I mean, you're allowed to believe what you want to believe, but that's as far as I know. I mean, all I did my whole life was sit and, well, be like a philosopher thinking about everything for my whole life. First 5 years stuck in a hospital bed. Just sitting there thinking. Why? About everything. No one gonna give me the answer, so I have to figure it out myself. If the meaning of life is to live and then someday die, what you do between the day you're born and the day you die is optional. All optional. Have fun doing whatever. But the whole point of you being alive is to be born, then eventually die. That's it. Meaning of life. Fun, isn't it? Some people, I guess, get their ambitions and purpose mixed up with the meaning of life, thinking it's more complicated than it is. I mean, the meaning of life is simple. But your ambitions and purpose are the complicated part. And how you go about it is also up to you. Makes it more easier than you think, but still. Not many people will accept that answer and will full-heartedly deny it. And I say, okay, that's up to you. You don't have to accept it at all. Never did. I'm not going to force it on you either. You'll come up to your own conclusions and thoughts like you should, and grow as a person from it. Which is what makes you you. And I don't want to change that for the world. Because you will always be changing. And you'll never stop changing. Even till the day you die and you complete the meaning of life, you will still be changing. The hard part is when a species needs to know when to let things die and let it go. You don't need to keep a hold onto it. Something new will be born from it. Maybe even better than the original. Who knows? Until you let it go, until you let it go, it's just going to be in your arms, rotting away, twisted more and more every day. The sad thing is, I figured this out as a child, with nothing but my thoughts to me being alone, because I had nothing better. What else am I going to do? My body wasn't exactly good for working. Didn't work the same as everyone else's, so I had to do something with my time. And I guess just thinking was it. And playing video games, watching anime, and reading comic books and manga. I think I had a pretty decent, fun entertainment section in my life. I had some fun. I wasn't completely out of, completely miserable 24/7. Only partially. Not like it was the end of the world for me. You find fun where you can. Especially with a kid and you have some Hot Wheels, the metal ones. And you go outside and play with some sticks and rocks and build a tiny town that you have your little cars drive through. That was entertainment. Yeah, granted I had video games, but I still like to go play outside. Couldn't never go to friends' houses though. No sleepovers, no birthday parties. None of that stuff. I did have siblings though. They were fun. It was fun to hang out with them and play games and get a lot of laughs, play hide and seek, some kid stuff. They grew up and started hanging out with their own friends. As people do. I couldn't expect them to be around me 24/7 for my whole life. That'd be selfish. Growing up, I had to learn really fucking quick that, the world's not going to revolve around me, that for one. And I ain't going to have everyone I know be always with me for my whole life. They're going to go do their own thing. As they should. But I'll still be their friend regardless. It ain't going to kill me. At least I hope. I mean, it could, but I guess I'll take the risk. No, since I was nice to most people, well, I think I was nice to everybody that I knew, that they'd probably give me the same courtesy back. Never felt otherwise. Yeah, granted, some people may have been angry at me, but that was their own problem, not mine. Be mad at me all you want, won't change anything. I found anger, hate, rage, waste of emotion. Hell, even sadness I found to be quite a waste of my energy. I'd be sad about something that was going to happen regardless. And nothing I could do about it, so I'll just keep the good memories and, well, move on. I never gone through the 5 phases of grief. I automatically jump to acceptance. I don't know what that means, but I guess it means something, I guess. Yeah, some things take longer than you think. Hell, I thought this would only take a couple hours, and I'm going in 3 hours in. So well, I mean, top left corner, you can see the timer. So you see how long I've been doing it. Also, it's helpful for me to know how long I've been doing it. This is the biggest map in the game, after all. Well, they made it the biggest map in the game on purpose. Since it's the last map, it makes sense. I've watched videos of Prey. Is it the one with the shape-shifting stuff? That shape-shifts and turns into objects and whatnot, and then jumps you? Yeah, the game looks okay. Not as scary as I would hope. Though, I don't get really affected by horror games. I find them to be laughable. Though it also could be that I watched movies that probably shouldn't have, or the babysitter shouldn't have let me watch as a kid. But hey. Also, it depends on the settings, right? The problem with scary games, they're only scary if stuff is not known. But as soon as you know it and how to deal with it, it kind of stops being scary. Normal difficulty is decently hard. Aiming along horror games are needed because spooky alternative thing. Yeah, horror stuff doesn't really affect me like it does other people. I don't find stuff scary. I find the horror movies to be funny. And some horror games to be funny. Like, oh, aren't you supposed to be a scary little thing? As you pin it to a wall. With a rail gun. Like, oh, that is so scary. He's now bad decorative art. Yeah, some scary games lose their fear factor when you know what's in it. It's like the game PT. I want to find that scary and make jokes the whole time. Really inappropriate jokes that YouTube probably would not like. I found it to be hilarious as a kid because I knew they could take him out with a kitchen utensil, for God's sakes. He's weak to silver, so throw your kitchen drawer at him. Analog horror is underrated. A Halo Flood horror game would be awesome. Fear of the hive mind, fear of the unknown. Oh, if you want to say hive mind, you could just look at our our politics right now. That talk about hive mind, Jesus Christ. That's more scary. But I get what you mean. An unknown is more scarier than a known thing. And I think that's what people forgot. If you want to make remember The Quiet Place, that movie was actually a little better because you didn't know what they was running from. All you got was a glimpse, and it kept you in the dark of what those things actually look like, and that's what made it true horror. Because you have no idea what you're running from. You're left in the dark about a creature that could rip you apart just by a slight sound. And then they showed the creatures, and that kind of ruined it. It's like, oh, that's what they look like? Well, they're killable now because we can see their weakness. It's not very scary anymore. It's like when you play in a video game and the game gives you a gun, and then you stop being scared. Like, huh, I can fight back. Not so scary anymore. Hearing aid demons didn't need a visual. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's best if you're going to do horror, don't show the creature ever. No matter how much the audience begs, never show the creature. Maybe silhouettes or like a quick flash of it, but you never see the whole thing. Even if they pause it in the video, it's blurred out like hell. That makes people's minds wander and go wild, which is far more scarier of a thing. I think you can muffle a cough because it had to be a certain audible level. for them to hear you. So there was whispering was okay. So I guess if you're coughing in a whisper. Oh god, depending on your sneeze, if you achoo, you're fine. But if you do what my brother does and cusses while he screams at the top of his lungs when he sneezes, then yeah, he'd be a goner. Chuck and blast these ends the movie it starts. Yeah, pretty much. Oh god. Why is the ceiling so hard? I have the most powerful sprayer. And this thing doesn't give me damn crap for radius. They don't give you a ladder, I think. I didn't see no ladder. Oh, if you're wondering, yeah, I left his little feety prints. There we go. His little feety prints of keeping the floor dirty and not completing it. Oh, the statue's climbable, but then you can't reach the ceiling still. I don't know, is there a ladder? Because I didn't see no ladder. Apparently they brought me on a helicopter. Yeah, there's actually a sprint in this game, surprisingly. Yeah, I've seen no ladder. Not even a stepping stool. Wow. That sucks. Man, this is gonna be one long stream. No pun intended. Good news is when I'm done streaming, YouTube automatically turns it into a video. They just have to go to the live section to find it. It's my own personal company, though. That's the thing. It's the character's own personal company. You'd think I would have brought a ladder at all. Yeah, you start as a power washer to make money in the beginning of the game's story and, you know, get a job that way. Which starts to work out, and then all of a sudden aliens and space traveling and all that stuff starts happening. And it gets really convoluted with the volcano. Hence the Power Washer Saves the World title. This is supposed to save the world, I guess. Me cleaning an ancient civilization monument dedicated to the player. Your tool is the pressure washer, so I'd like to know where how long this battery is on this damn thing, I guess. God damn. I know it washes away some things that power washer should not be able to do. It's like I could cut diamonds with this thing, apparently. I mean, I could always use my soap. But I don't want to use soap. I want to leave the statue for last. So that's going to be fun. Still got to get the ceiling that looks like a mess. I get this was underwater for thousands of years, but with the advanced technology, you'd think they would have made it somewhat water resistant and a little more easier to clean. Soaping the walls should be better than soap in Modern Warfare 3 Remastered. What the? Okay. Weird jump there, but okay. There is soap in the game, but the soap in the game doesn't work well enough to even have soap in the game. I mean, I bought everything I can buy in the game, so... Now it's 16 shades of dirt. Yeah. This one gives me a wider spray so I can get more per square inch, so it's a little faster, but I mean, I could climb the statue here, which is supposed to be a view, the player, so. Man, do I got a lot of still do. Yeah, I know. I have to wash every inch of it. It's not going to be simple either. It's going to be one of those things that you do, it's going to be like agonizing. I wish they gave us a ladder, but I don't think they would know where to put it. A step stool would be nice. Come on, just ding already. Ding so I can move on. I took care of the hardest part earlier by doing the outside, but damn. Yeah, the water doesn't fall down apparently. It just sticks and cleans what it touches and nothing else. It doesn't move like water. Where water would run down and stuff and clean as it goes. Not this water. This water is direct contact only apparently. Precision water. Yep, pretty much. Even the soap doesn't roll down. And I've been doing this whole game without using the game soap, so. It's just this one's awfully big. A little too big. I can see why a bunch of YouTubers sped up time lapses, because this was probably 6 hours for them or more, give or take, how thorough they were. Huge map like a boss battle of cleaners. That's pretty much what it is. Someone got a little too happy with the map. I mean, there's scaffolding and all, but that can't be put in the building. It's too big. I remember it being a little more forgiving though. If you clean a certain percentage of it, it'll just ping the rest away. It all depends on how thorough you are though. And also the speed you're doing it. If you go too fast, you might end up missing some dirt. Hence why it's all spotty for me. I'm getting impatient and I gotta stop doing that. Oh boy. No, I don't think the game devs thought that we would do this in one go either. They probably thought that we would take this in bits and pieces, like you do some work, come back later for more. Problem is, I don't do that because I'm a gamer. When we start a project, some of us start a project, we finish it from start to finish, even if that means no sleeping. Oh, you can't. It's not possible. I've been trying to go as fast as possible with the best stuff I can have. As fast as I can have. But you have to go at like this speed if you want to get all the dirt in one brush stroke. This is how you get it thoroughly clean without getting any faster, or you'll skip spots. See? I mean, the subway alone took me about 3 hours. 10:40 at night from here? Oh no. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be done after this. Not rush this. And luckily they have a dirt button, so you can see the dirt. Kinda. There's a spot on the floor somewhere I have to scrub, and I can't see it. There's one. There's two. At least I feel like I'm getting something done now. Come on. Where is it? Oh. Yeah, it's sometimes it's slow feeling, but then it just pings like crazy. And the pings are what's giving you the endorphin rush. That's done, that's done. Good. This wall is not done. Where am I missing? Oh. It's hard to see the dirt glow in the sunlight too. Come on. Come on, you got a sliver. Give it to me. There we go. Fuck. There. Okay, where's the tiny itty bitty little spot on the floor? That's gonna drive me nuts. There's literally one purple dot, one orange little dot on the floor somewhere, preventing this from pinging. You know what I mean? Tiny itty bitty spot? I'm talking one molecule somewhere. I mean, this has got plenty of room to work with to get this clean. They give me plenty of dirt to remove. It's way more forgiving. Hoping if I clean this, it might show up the one dirty spot on the other floor. Because everything's segmented, where it's bits and pieces. You clean one, it pings, but the other one next to it isn't clean, sort of thing. Power washing I've done in real life too. It's actually pretty fun. It gets the job done actually rather quickly, which is nice. Especially if you want to clean 6 bay windows, a power washer is beautiful for that job. What do you mean? Power washing FPS is called, already has a game like that. And with little squidlings and everything. Or inklings or whatever they're called. Where you use paint instead of water. Splatoon is the FPS version of this. So yeah, it has a different genre for everything. There it goes. Now where's the dirt on this floor? Yep, there it is. Found it! It was hidden with the other dirt. Finally. Oh dear Lord, I don't like looking up at the ceiling. It's distressing. It's satisfying for the ping, yeah. I kind of like how you can use the big white nozzle just to get as much area as you can cover. There are traces of an odd luminous ore everywhere. I've never seen anything like it. Why are you in the volcano looking at luminous ore anyways? Hang on, there's something else up here. Will you get out of the active volcano? Look out, an aircraft just shot straight out of the volcano and it's heading your way. I don't see anything. Yeah, there's no way I'm getting that in there. Oh, they weren't kidding about this being the longest mission. I mean, this is almost done. Come on, give it to me. Yeah, this mission is longer than any games I've ever played. And I've played millions. Ah, goody, pinging. Nah, this is the entire campaign of Call of Duty Modern Warfare in one mission alone. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, it's slow progress, but it's progress nonetheless. Slow progress is better than fast progress because you mess up. Slow and steady win the race. Oh, the loading, the save thing on the bottom right just hit. Oh, you like the volcano in the background though. It's pretty. The walls hurt to look. Yeah, I know. I had to ping to see the dirt, the itty bitty micro bits of dirt, so I can clean it. I try not to use it, but this one's just demanding I use it at this point. Maybe I should clean the walls for a bit, just to break up the monotony. Oh, there that goes. Goody. The walls are going to be the easiest to clean because I just got to do this. Just brush stroke it. Oh, it's one big wall. Okay. My fingers. I cannot stretch them out. Yeah, you can invite your friends and stuff, but wow. I can't because YouTube's up my butt. And if someone says something that YouTube doesn't like, I get in trouble for it. So I'm kind of stuck doing this on my own. For now. Jesus. Well, hopefully I'm hooked up to the ocean, so I got an endless supply. I'm wearing the ultimate power washer that sucks moisture out of the air and puts it into my bag in the back. And apparently it's solar powered or something, because somehow the engine hasn't cocked out. Regrows water. You mean regenerates water or reconstitutes water? Everything. There it goes. Holy hell. I might be stuck with using the green one for the rest of this. Yeah, I know. Am I getting anything clean? Oh, I'm going too fast. Oh. Oh boy. Oh, cool. 15% more to go. Which means 15 things left to do. Oh boy. The ceiling looks like it's quite forgiving, actually. If it keeps dropping at the pace it's going to drop, it might be done with a lot of dirt still left on it. It might ping early. But also depends on how much thorough I get it. As long as it looks clean, I guess the game's counting it as clean. Even though if I do that, nope. Ceiling is faster than I thought. Yeah. Well, maybe because you cover so much of it, and the game, they realize no way you can clean every last spot on the ceiling. That would be agonizing. Watch the little meter on the top left just go down. Okay, hopefully you have a good dreams and not one where you're just power washing something endlessly and never getting it clean. Now that's a nightmare. It's like when when you're having a dream you're going to school, but no matter what, the bell never rings and you're stuck in school forever. And you can never escape the school when you try to break out. Yeesh. Thanks. I've been called funny in many different ways. Funny looking, smart ass. You know. Funny little man. Though I'm not that little. I mean, I got so much of it done, and then I got completely halted right here. Meow to you too, kitty. Yeah, there's a cat. Noir kitty. She just woke up after 3 hours napping on my lap. I can finally move my legs. Ow! Oh, I feel so much better. My legs are so sweaty. How much of this counts as ceiling? Oh god, the ceiling is getting done quickly. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Shut up, me. Shut up. Just accept it. Okay, there's multiple things that are time consuming in this damn map. Where the rest of it seems to go pretty quickly, but the ceiling, floor, and outside apparently decide to be a freaking hassle. Sweet Ding is made of these, bunch of dirt and remove debris. Then when you see the flashing light, it makes you go fucking right. I've never had a stream go too far this long before. Not often. Oh boy. Come on. Come on, you could do it. Come on. Ping for me. Come on. Ping. Give me the sweet ping. Now, for the ceiling to do it. Come on. I'm so glad there's a button to make the water just spray without having me holding it down. I am so glad for that being a thing. Oh, it's becoming satisfying. From all the grinding. When things become satisfying, you start to crying now that you're closer to being done. My ears are ringing. Someone's talking about me right now. Stop it. Yes, there it goes. Fucking ceiling's done, finally. Whee! It's getting clean. I'm watching the little meter on the top left as I do it. Cat, are you just drooling and looking at a bug down there? I mean, stop drooling and go eat it already. She has food, by the way. One of those self-pouring ones. But she just wants her bugs because they're a living thing that she wants to hunt. At least she eats them. Not wasting them, though. So they predicted everything you're going to do on these murals. Apparently everything that we cleaned added to activating this. Okay. Somewhere on the floor there's this piece of dirt somewhere. And the game's gonna drive me back absolutely up a wall with that. Where are you, you dirt? floor dirt, where are you? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Come on, floor dirt. Where can you be? Stop hiding from me. You're driving me nuts. Just ping, please. I think I got 99.9% of you. I'm literally crawling on the floor looking for a single orange spot. Oh boy. I feel like I'm the original Bethesda before Activision bought them. It'll be done when it's done. Kind of feeling to this. Anyone else grow up with the word maybe meant no and then done will be done means you ask me again, you're not getting it? Or is that just me? Pretty sure that's not me. Just me. I think that was just 90 kids. That's satisfying to see. Whoosh. Oh, wow. Up. I need to go up. I need high ground. Give me high ground. Kind of creepy. I'm sitting on my own lap. This is the first time I ever had the game require I use this one in a long time. Why do I wish to have a scope on my power washer for some reason? It's gotta be the American in me. There we go. Back into my own lap. Come on. There we go. There we go. Now we're talking. Now I'm cooking with gas. Only 4 hours in. Holy crap. I'm sorry, this has been a long one. I was hoping to play more Elden Ring today, but it's almost midnight. I definitely need to get off after this. I cannot have my health decline just for a video game. No, I mean, it is my choice. And I will have to take responsibility for it. Which would be, I would be tired, lethargic, not very good hand-eye coordination. Maybe the worst I'll get is some palpitations, nothing too serious. And I probably hear my mom screaming at me right now, in my head. Though my mom knows that I'm an adult and I can make my own decisions, but she would be pissed. That's how you know you're a good parent. Is you can hear them at still. Even when they're not around, you can hear them screaming in your ear how stupid you are. My grandpa too. Oh god, he would just grab shit and walk out of the room with it. Ooh. He was one of the quiet ones. Never raised his voice. Spoke with actions, not words. Toilets, subway, whatever the hell this thing is, a plane of some kind, or flying device. Yeah, it's a plane. You know, I noticed that they said they had time travelers. They are the dumbest time travelers in this game ever, when you could just time travel to the event before you lose the information and regain the information. Just travel to a point in history that has that bit of history you think you lost and then copy it. Then take it back to your timeline. Holy crap, how hard could that actually be? Go to the nearest library. Mission complete. I realize there's a lot of plot holes in this convoluted time travel story they got. This is why you don't do time travel. Even Legend of Zelda struggled at it. And it's wonky as hell to boot. We're just lucky we like the characters in it, or else that game would make it no further because of the time traveling. And it's good storytelling, other than time traveling's wonky as hell in it. Come on, I'm a big Legend of Zelda fan. Even I can tell the truth that the time traveling thing was horrifically bad and ruined the continuity of it. Continuity. Can't say the damn word, but you know what I mean. Now, if they decide to make another Legend of Zelda game after Breath of the Wild where all timelines collide with each other, causing the temples to warp and morph, and I know that's what they're trying to do with Breath of the Wild, is combine them all, but you have to make it like a cosmic event where time itself collapsed in itself to put all the timelines together, and every time you enter a temple, It should be a different version of Link going through it. And you have his stuff and gear from those games. Not only will it be nostalgic, but it'll be a final hurrah for those games saying, yeah, we didn't forget you. And they should make the boss, not Ganon, but Dark Link controlling Ganon. Because the timeline collapse and all that. Don't look at me. It's a good... I'm not dumb. I know what I'm saying is actually, like, complete no cap, just the best thing ever. And it'll be a way to slam shut the timelines and everything in one big fell swoop. Even the sages can make a return. The Master Sword can make a return. Every iteration of Link can pop up in each temple. Hell, you can make each version of Link actual boss fight, since Dark Link should be the final boss, controlling Ganon like a puppet this time. Everyone thinks it's Ganon again somehow, but it's just Dark Link using his husk of a shell. And literally you could have it like, you forgot me, your other half. The side of you who wants to do bad, wicked things, who should be the one ruling Hyrule, who's the one who saves it on a countless time and time again, but no one giving two flying fucks. You know, like really pissed off timeline version of Link. Your dark thoughts, your thoughts you don't let out kind of thoughts. But that'd be Dark Link in a nutshell. Don't look at me. I know that would slap, but also I don't know if Nintendo could handle something like that. Since you would need a shit ton of temples, one for each timeline game of Link, and the items need to be in the temple for Link to use against your version of Link, who has to seal the timelines, but when he beats that Link, it becomes part of him. Since, well, that's always been a part of him. Putting an end to the timelines of all the timelines, so solidifying it as the one timeline. You could call it Legend of Zelda a timeline collapse, or something like that. Timeline collapse. And it's not Ganon that's the enemy, it's the other Links. And Dark Link being the boss for once. Because everyone likes Dark Link, and give him his own version of where he's a bad guy. Could be a nice one-off send-off to say bye to Dark Link, and then you never have to use him again. Because at the end, again, he'd become part of the one Link. And he'd be kept in check by all the other Links. Making Link, yes, flawed, but he always was flawed. And he overcomes his flaws is what makes him a hero. AKA the Legend of Zelda timeline collapse. And not only that, you can bring back the old temples with each Link in it. So you get that nostalgic feeling as you enter them, like, wait, I've been here before. You gotta put it in the Ocarina of Time water temple and go, make players go, no, for the love of God, no, why this one? It's like, that's why that one. That one for that reason. That visceral reaction. The pain you remember of this timeline. Hell, a Twilight Princess one could have Link with Midna popping in. Or Midna could be your partner for the game, where she tries to help you mend the timelines. And then when she sees Twilight Link, she kind of breaks down a little to see him in that state, since that was her hero. Though she wouldn't be no slouch, she would fight back, because that's Midna. Minna no weakling. Minna, the only princess that's ever thrown Ganon, literally. And can 1v1 his ass without too much help. Until he like pulls out the Triforce of Power, and then she's like, "Ah, fuck. Why'd you do that?" And it's like Minna got beat because Ganon pulled out the cheat code of "I have unlimited power," and Minna's like, "You bitch." Had to use the Triforce of Power. Really? Am I that too much for you? Come on, we would love to see a timeline collapse kind of game. Where it's literally the final hurrah to all the other games that gave us happiness in childhood. To see him one last time, but evil, colliding with itself under all timelines. You know how many temples you can throw into a game like that? All of them. One from each game would make a goddamn gauntlet of ones, but you can throw the one favorite from every temple that's not a repeat. Like, if you pick Water Temple from Ocarina of Time, only that would be the Water Temple. You wouldn't have any other Water Temples added. You'd probably get the Sky Temple from Twilight Princess, if that one was the favorite. I forget which one was the favorite on that. And that game was just good in general. I never had a problem with any of those temples. They were all fun. Then hell, you could have Toon Link in there from Wind Waker and have that the temple, the most favorite temple there. And fight that version of Link. Because the Link that wins becomes the Link of that timeline. It means you could lose and no longer be the Link from that timeline. High risk kind of story-based telling. But that's just my thoughts from playing 30 plus years of Legend of Zelda, since I'm as old as it is. Hard to believe I'm as old as Link and Mario. Puts a lot in perspective for me. Hell, Sonic too. Granted, they were great stories. I enjoyed them greatly as a kid. And I would love to see a conclusion to all the timelines being resolved, which would be literally having them all clash into one final story. Wait a minute. Shouldn't the statue be my last thing? What am I missing? Atrium plasters. What? Entrance wall. Entrance wall. Okay, I'll have a wall and a plaster still. Grand mural walls. And gallery wall. I'm not finished with the walls yet? Okay, one of these walls is not finished. Oh. Is this it, the one? There we go. Okay, let's see. Atrium plasters. What the fuck is an atrium plaster? Gallery mural walls. Gallery mural wall. And gallery walls. Wait, that's a oh. Ah, there it is. Why didn't they say inner pillar? Or like external pillar, wall pillar? Why not just say wall pillar? I guess that's not what it's really called, but still. Is it on the second floor? Ah. Oh, 5 hours isn't that bad, I guess. Mural, gallery mural wall, statue backpack. This is all statue stuff, so mural wall. I need the mural wall, whatever that is. Clean, 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 clean. Clean, clean. Now time to do the statue. The trident, I guess, is supposed to represent you controlling water. And this is the water. Hi, kitty. What is it you want? Oh, you want to lay on my legs again? Crap. Did that jet that I washed drop off the gem? That the guy told me an hour ago was heading my way? That plane's not as fast as they say it was. Well, that fucker looked mad. I see me just loop. And then I'm in there for a long time. Ta-da! They're showing all my videos. What? No way. They're showing me watch everything. No, that was just instantaneous. Ding! That was so fast. I was thorough. I know I was thorough and fast on a lot of these because I knew which nozzles to use and when. Yeah, I was thorough. I go in like this loop for some reason.
From the darkest
Yep. I am thorough at that shit. But you had it 10 times, 50 times speed. Oh yeah, see the one in blue? That's Chris. When I played with him. I guess it kept some of his as mine. But we completed them together. That's me and Chris right there. Chris is in the blue. I'm the green. So you're gonna see some with when I played with Chris on his during his streams. They kept the replays with us together. That's neat. Didn't know they were gonna do that. So you see, I wasn't alone for all of them. I did help Chris with his, where I had to do mine mostly on my own, as you saw during the stream. But during his, I did Power Washer with him. So you always could find the version with me and Chris on his channel, Chris Mooney. And sometimes I was by myself. That's when I did it on my own channel. Hi, kitty. And her kittens. Yeah, it was a fun game. I wish you went through all of them, but it's not gonna. Make it up. That's 100% done. In career mode. I like how they incorporate your old power washing stuff in there. Crap. Well, that's it for me. It says new items, but I think my game bugged because I clicked close tab. I was hoping that would fix it, but oh well. Anywho, bye. Hope you enjoyed the stream. 5 freaking hours of it.